That is so funny, bro.
Confidence. He wants to see it ended also.
Oh, it's just him talking about it. Okay.
And
yeah,
we're
here
going to work toward getting it ended, and as fast as possible. It's a horrible situation going over. It's flat land, and the bullet goes off, and the only thing it can hit is a body, a human body, a young human body. And they're losing just tremendous numbers of mostly soldiers. The cities and towns have been largely demolished. It's a shame what's happened to that country. It would have never happened if I were president. That I can tell you. Would have never happened. It's to look at that. And October 7th would have never happened either, by the way.
Day.
Middle East. But we'll get it. I think we'll get it. We'll get something done. We're going to be meeting. Actually, tomorrow they're meeting in Munich, as you know. We're going to have some other meetings, and I'll be dealing with President Putin largely on the phone, and we ultimately expect to meet. In fact, we expect that he'll come here, and I'll go there, and we're going to meet also probably in Saudi Arabia the first time. We'll meet in Saudi Arabia, see if we can get something done. But we want to end that war. That war is a disaster. It's a really bloody, horrible war.
You said with Saudi Arabia, the first meeting will happen.
I think so. We think we're going to probably meet in Saudi Arabia the first meeting.
Oh boy.
Hasn't been set, but not too distant future. We both understand. You know, we know the Crown Prince, and
we'll watch this for like 20 minutes, and then we're going to get ready for the PlayStation thing.
Sounds like that would just be a meeting between you and Putin and perhaps the Crown Prince, but not President Zelensky.
Assuming it's not over by then.
We'll have the first meeting, and then we'll see what we can do about the second meeting.
To go to Ukraine?
What about Ukraine?
Did you commit to go to Ukraine?
No, I haven't. I haven't committed to go to Ukraine. I would think about going. Yeah, I'd think about it. No problem.
Today, Mr. President, that if they receive your vision, what is your plan to end this war? Like today, Secretary.
Well, I'm not going to tell you my plan. I can just tell you we've made a lot of progress. This should have been done by Biden,
that's what I think a lot of people are concerned about.
This has been going on for now a long time, years, and it should have been done by Biden. Just like the young gentleman that I brought home yesterday after 2 weeks. We worked on it for 2 weeks. It was a fine man, and he was in there for 3.5, almost 4 years, and they weren't able to do a thing, and I got him out. And as you know, I didn't pay $6 billion. I didn't pay anything. We did a trade, and we did a good job. We got him out in 2 weeks. It should have been out years ago. It really should have been out years ago.
Propose NATO membership for Ukraine?
Ooh.
I don't think it's practical to have it, personally. I know that our new Secretary of Defense, who's excellent, Pete, made a statement today saying that he thinks it's unlikely or impractical. I think probably that's true. I think long before President Putin, they said there's no way they'd allow that. This has been going on for many, many years. They've been saying that for a long time, that Ukraine cannot go into NATO. And I'm okay with that. I just want the war, whether they are or they're not. But it certainly would seem to be that most people have said that is something that's not going to happen.
Are you freezing out President Zelensky of this process a bit? Isn't there a danger of that?
No, I don't think so. As long as he's there, but at some point you're going to have elections too. You're going to have an election.
If you want security assurances, Mr. President, what does that look like?
In terms of what?
If the war were to end, he says he wants guarantees of security.
We'll see what that means. I think when the war ends, one thing he was very strong about, if it ends, he wants it to end. And that's President Putin said that. He wants it to end. He doesn't want to end it and then go back to fighting 6 months later.
Well, yeah, obviously.
We talked about the possibility, I mentioned it, of a ceasefire so we can stop the killing. And I think we'll probably end up at some point getting a ceasefire in the not too distant future.
Do you view Ukraine as an equal member of the peace process?
Say it, what?
Do you view Ukraine as an equal member of this peace process?
It's an interesting question. I think they have to make peace. Their people are being killed, and I think they have to make peace. I said that was not a good war to go into, and I think they have to make peace. That's what I think.
Why did you decide to provide support to Ukraine? Would you support Zelensky ceding territory or exchanging territory in any agreement to end the war?
Well, he's going to have to do what he has to do, but, you know, his poll numbers aren't particularly great, to put it mildly. He's got a country where, you know, it's been savaged and attacked, and he's got an army that's been very, very brave, actually, despite the fact that, you know, we've given him, in my opinion, $350 billion. That's what the real number is. You don't hear that number. And Europe has given, in my opinion, $100 billion. And they've done it in the form of a loan. And I have a Secretary of Treasury right now who's actually quite brave. He's over in Ukraine on a train. And there's a lot of things happening around that train that aren't so good. And he's going there to get a document done where we're going to be assured that we're going to, in some form, get this money back, because we're putting up far more money than Europe, and Europe is in far more danger than we are. We have an ocean in between. Europe has nothing in between. You know what they have in between? They have Ukraine in between. So wait a minute.
You missed it? What did I miss?
As you know, Europe is putting up money, and they're getting it in the form of a loan. And the United States under Biden didn't do loans. They just handed money every time somebody walked in from Ukraine. They just handed them money.
He wants the minerals from Ukraine as payment? Yeah, he already said that.
It should have never happened. It should have never started.
Yeah, that was already stated.
Once it did, other things should have happened. Other things should have taken place. So we're getting security on our money. We're going to have it secured by, they have raw earth, and they have oil and gas, and they have a lot of other things. And we're asking for security on our money. They've agreed to it. Ukraine has agreed to it.
Does it mean you are not sending any more aid to Ukraine?
No, we are, but we want it secured, and the money is going to be secured.
Yeah.
When the U.S. stopped sending funding?
You're wrong. He's wrong. They're all wrong.
Because if
everybody's
we didn't do
wrong.
that, then Putin would say he won. We're the thing that's holding it back, and frankly, we'll go as long as we have to go, because we're not going to let the other happen. But President Putin wants to have peace now, and that's good. And he didn't want to have peace with Biden. And you tell me why that is, okay?
That conversation with Putin.
Well, because he killed his civilians. I mean, I feel like that's pretty fair.
No, but it was a nice thing that he allowed Mark Fogel to leave. In fact, Mark wasn't feeling well, but he was, all of a sudden, about 2 weeks ago, he started being treated very nicely. He said they took him out for haircuts. They took him out. They helped him out a little bit and made him feel better, made him look better.
Oh, jeez.
Hi, you're a tall one.
I know.
and they were nice to him. And he said, I saw something happening, and it coincided with when I came into office. So that was nice, and he's a fine person. He was so happy to be out. He was there for 3.5 years plus, and he shouldn't have been there at all. They should have had him out much faster than that. Wait, go ahead, please.
Sorry. Sir, just to be clear, do you see any future in which Ukraine returns to its pre-2014 borders?
Well, I think Pete said today
that's a pretty good question,
right?
Yeah,
it certainly would seem to be
very
unlikely.
good question.
They took a lot of land, and they fought for that land, and they lost a lot of soldiers. But it would just seem to me, and I'm not making an opinion on it, but I've read a lot on it, and a lot of people think that that's unlikely. Some of it will come back. I think some of it will come back. Yeah, some of that land will come back. Who are you with? Yeah. You who?
AFP?
Okay.
He doesn't even know who they are, so he can't talk shit.
The things that the Secretary of Defense was talking about,
because that's what he was thinking.
And the lack of NATO membership. Ultimately, these are
This Yahoo?
Russia
Really? Yahoo does news?
A danger of handing Russia a kind of win on this.
Well, I think that if you look at the war, the way the war is going, you'll have to make your own determination. I'm just here to try and get peace. I don't care so much about anything other than I want to stop having millions of people killed. Last night, Kiev got hit very, very hard. I want to see people stop getting killed. That war is ridiculous. It should have never happened, and it would have never happened. Yeah, a couple of more questions.
Are you planning to sign an executive order on reciprocal tariffs, sir?
Yes, I am. In fact, I may do it today.
More
I may
tariffs.
do it today. I could almost do it right now. Would you like me to talk about it now? I don't want to take anything away from this young lady's day, because this is her day, and I may do it later on, or I may do it tomorrow morning, but we'll be signing reciprocal tariffs. The world has taken advantage of the United States for many years. They've charged us massive tariffs that we haven't charged them. And as you know, I just did something on steel and aluminum, 25%. That'll go up at some point, but 25%, which will level the playing field quite a bit. I did it previously 50%, and Obama was very weak, and Biden was even weaker on steel. The steel was just absolutely, it really started with Obama. The world really took advantage of us, and then that morphed into Biden. And what they did was, he was so worried about trying to attack his political opponent that he didn't know what he was doing with respect to countries taking advantage. He should have looked at the countries, both friend and foe, taking advantage of us. So we're going to be doing reciprocal tariffs, which is whatever they charge, we charge, very simply. But we're going to be...
Considering exemption, talk about widespread fraud and abuse.
Oh, yeah, there's tremendous fraud. There's tremendous fraud, and it's hard to believe that you can have that kind of fraud. You're talking about, are you talking about what? Wait. Which are you talking? You're talking about with regard to all of the investigations
Which
that are
fraud?
going on about this stupidity.
Yeah.
What we're going to do is tomorrow.
It's hard to tell.
I'm going to read to you some of the names that hundreds of millions and even billions of dollars have been given to. And if you tell me that we should be giving money to those things, those entities, I think you'll probably have to
There's
leave
so much
as a
going on.
reporter
Yeah, there
because
is.
you're not
It's a
very
lot.
talented. When you look at the kind of money, billions and billions of dollars being thrown away illegally,
Fucking poll.
and there's no chance. I mean, I say it in front of our Attorney General, there's no chance that there's not kickbacks or something going on. When you give millions and millions of dollars to somebody that stands to look at something for 15 minutes and walks away with millions of dollars, that money's coming back in some form. And that's only one form of corruption. The biggest thing is what they do to our country. They're taking massive amounts of money and spending it on items. I went through a list of 200 expenditures that were made, and I found 3 that looked like they were reasonable.
Jesus Christ.
3. And we'll be talking about that tomorrow. We have a lot of stuff, and I want to commend Elon because he's done a fantastic. He doesn't need this. You know, he's abused by you people every day. He's found more things than anybody could find. I think he's got the credibility to do it. I know he does. And It's his group of people. You know, they started off with 12. I call them 12 geniuses. They started off with 12, and they went to 20 and 25, and now they're up to almost 100.
Damn.
People are joining to help them because there's a massive fraud that's taken place. And then you have judges that are activists, and they sit there and they say, oh, as an example,
12
$59
apostles.
million going to a little small group in New York City. You get nothing going to North Carolina to help them. Nothing. They say, we don't have any money because they've given it away on the border. But you have nothing. What they did to North Carolina is a shame. And then they sent $59 million to New York City for a hotel for a little bit of what they've done. A hotel that was not luxury, that's getting luxury rates for migrants, where they're making a fortune. And we catch them. But a judge says, well, even though it may be a fraud, you have to send the money in anyway. Send the money. I said, wait a minute. We have money that shouldn't go because we caught it before it was sent out. But they want the money to go anyway. And I think you're going to have a lot of things to look at, Pam. I really do. What's going on with this whole thing. And this is just one group. We haven't talked about Department of Education. We haven't talked about the military. We haven't talked about a lot of things that are very big. And what's happened is, as an example, you'll have cases where you have a 3-month contract, and maybe the guy that signs the contract leaves. Maybe he gets rich. All of a sudden he leaves for that reason. But you have a 3-month contract, and maybe he leaves. So the contract is sitting there, and the people signing the checks don't know it's 3 months. And it goes on for years. The 3 months turns out to be 3 years, 5 years, 10 years.
That's gotta be corruption, man.
Just goes on forever.
Yeah, like,
and the guy on the other side of the contract just keeps getting check after check after check. Because Elon had an expression yesterday, because nobody cares. It's a great expression. Nobody cares. The guy that signed the contract didn't care. Maybe there, may not be there.
Sure.
Maybe crooked. Who knows? But you have to care. Otherwise, you can't really run a thing like that, or you can't run a country, really. Because there's so many transactions, thousands and thousands of transactions. And if you don't have people that care, you're going to lose control. And that's what's happened. And we've caught it. Now, what we caught is billions and billions of dollars, but it's a tiny fraction of the real number. Because you can never catch the real number because people have gotten away with tremendous amounts of money. But I said we have to make our government smaller, more efficient, more effective, and a lot less expensive. And we could find $1 trillion, but we're being hindered by courts where they file in certain courts where it's very hard to win, and a judge will stop us, and a judge will say that it doesn't make any difference what you find. You just keep paying the money. That's a hell of a way to be. And I follow the courts. I have to follow the law. All it means is that we appeal. But that gives people time to cover their tracks.
That's the roaches.
And
yep.
That's what they do. So it's a very bad thing that's taking place. But hopefully if the courts will be fair. They don't have to be very fair. They just have to be a little bit fair, because this is so egregious what's taking place. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Nobody's seen numbers like this. These are massive numbers. $9 million for somebody to go and stand in a store and see how people shop. Okay? I mean, you take a look at these things. It's a disgrace.
That's a good job. Yeah, it's a great job. Look at that.
Make America great
Damn.
again. It's very hard to make America great again when you have things like this. And you're going to see the same thing. Department of Education is going to be a disaster. The military, I mean, I see it. Look, I came in, they had a contract done, as you know, for $5.7 billion for airplanes. It was Air Force One with Boeing. 5.7, I got it down to $4 billion. Little less than that, 1 penny less than that. $3,999,999 and 99 cents. I said, has to have a 3 in front of it, because I wouldn't sign the contract for $5.7 billion. I was able to cut $1.7 billion off the price.
Jesus Christ.
And it didn't take me long. $1.7 billion. If people would care, they'd be able to do that with every single contract that's put before them. And we wouldn't have deficits, would have nothing but a tremendously low-taxed wonderful country, but they have to care. And speaking of that, you know, Boeing, we're not happy with the service we're getting in terms of those planes. They would like to get more money. We're not happy about that whole thing. We signed a very strong contract. I signed a guaranteed maximum contract, which they haven't seen in a long time. And they're saying they're getting hurt by it. But they have to produce the product, and we expect them to produce the product. They have to produce the product. They agreed to build planes at a certain price. They're not used to that. They're used to having time and material contracts, where it's whatever it costs, time and material, no dates, no
Trump, don't say bad stuff about
Boeing.
Boeing. Yeah. Yeah,
Look
whatever
at some
happened
of
with
the
those
ships that have been
planes?
built.
That's
Take a look at
crazy.
the Gerald Ford.
Wow.
The aircraft carrier, the Ford. It was supposed to cost $3 billion. It ends up costing like $18 billion. And they make, of course, all electric catapults, which don't work. And they have all magnetic elevators to lift up 25 planes at a time, 20 planes at a time. And instead of using hydraulic, like on tractors that can handle anything from hurricanes to lightning to anything, they use magnets. It's a new theory. Magnets are going to lift the planes up.
Seems like a good idea, maybe?
And they had billions and
I don't
billions of dollars of cost overruns. I met the architect. I said, have you designed a ship before? This is one of the biggest ships in the world. It's like landing at LaGuardia Airport. But you look at the kind of waste, fraud, and abuse that this country's going through, and we have to straighten it out. We have great people going into the military in terms of we need ships, we need a lot of things. We have great people we have business people going in, but when you look at what's happened to our purchasing, and when you look at the USAID, when you look at the things that they're giving to them, the billions of dollars that they're giving to, and it doesn't make sense. It is interesting that when you're looking for fraud, you look at items, hundreds of items, and you'll find one or two, maybe, if you're lucky. Here's something where you look at it, and they're all fraudulent. You know, by just looking at the topic, they're all fraudulent, except it's the opposite. You'll find one or two that's...
It's crazy. I knew what he was going to say, because he just says the same shit.
I just want to thank Elon for going through it. I want to thank all the people.
Wrap it up. We got the Sony thing.
We have a big group of people. I think the lowest IQ is about 160. That's very high. I think you have a couple of 182s in there, but they're doing a fantastic job. He doesn't need it, and they don't need it. But we're showing things, and it's going to be a big. People have no idea how important it is. Yeah.
President, do you want the Department of Education to be closed?
Oh, I'd like it to be closed immediately. Look, the Department of Education's a big con job. We're ranked, so they ranked the top 40 countries in the world. We're ranked number 40th. But we're ranked number 1 in one department, costs per pupil. So we spend more per pupil than any other country in the world. But we're ranked number 40. We've been between 38 and 40. The last time I looked, it was 38. And then I looked 2 days ago, it came out the new list.
We'll give it 5 more minutes.
It came out at number 40. So we're ranked 40. Norway, Denmark.
So I feel like this is like a TikTok. We got three
China,
videos going.
It is. It's ranked in the top
with
5.
me reacting. Yeah.
And that's a primary competitor. We're ranked number 40. So if we're ranked number 40, that means something's really wrong, right? And I say send it back to Iowa, to Idaho, to Colorado. Send it back to places that, and a lot of Indiana.
He's all over the place today?
Governor. You have a great senator that Jim Banks just got elected. You got great people. I'll tell you what, Indiana's going to be fantastic. We probably have 35, maybe 37 states that will do as well as Denmark, Norway, Finland, Sweden. They'll be just as good. Then you have the ones that we all know about. It'll be the same story. But you know what? Even they will be good. Because you look at New York, you give it to Westchester County, you give it to Long Island, you give it to Nassau County, you give it to Suffolk County. Same thing you go out to, and you give it to upstate New York. So you'd have 4 or 5 sections.
What's happening?
You give it to Manhattan. Manhattan's a little bit tougher for some reason. I don't know why it would be tougher, but it is. You give to California, and you go to various areas outside of Los Angeles, and you might have 6 or 7 different subgroups. But generally, like if you go to Iowa, you give it to Iowa. You don't have subgroups, you have Iowa. And other places that do a good job. If they do a good job,
Are we in
they're
a
going to do a
cult,
great
bro?
job in education.
For sure.
Those places will be every bit as good as the various countries that do so well. All the time. It's the same countries that are doing well. And so we have a Department of Education where people from Washington, D.C., who in many cases don't care about the kids out in the country. They don't care about the farms and the farmer's daughter and the farmer's sons. We have a massive bureaucracy in Washington, D.C. We have buildings that are all over the city. Department of Education. I never said Department of Education's on all these buildings. By the way, nobody shows up to work because they're all working at home. You know, quote, working at home. They're not working at home. And a lot of them have second jobs. And that's the other thing that Elon Musk is looking at.
Oh, shit.
How many of these people are getting checks, working at home, but they're not working because they have second jobs and even third jobs? You're going to find a lot of them. And
Yeah,
those
that's
people are
true.
gonna be fired because we have to make our government.
There's like a whole separate. It's like an
one more
overemployed. All right, one more.
Yeah, Jennifer.
One more.
Nice to see you.
Two questions, one on Ukraine again, and then another on the Kennedy
This is
Center.
perfect, bro. He's ending it for me to watch the PlayStation event.
As far as your negotiating
W
tactics
Trump.
go,
Thank you, man.
Except take away some of your negotiating
Yeah.
abilities with
Yeah, he knows.
Ukraine's sovereign.
Trying to do. Yeah, he's trying to keep us on
I haven't
schedule.
done that. I'm back in Ukraine. I'm back in Ukraine. Don't
Thank God.
say that. I'm approving, but I do want security for our money. You know, Europe is getting security. You know that, right? They're giving their money in the form of a loan. Nobody knows that. And why are we at 350 billion and Europe, which doesn't separate with an ocean like we do, we have a little thing called an ocean in between. Why is it that Europe is paying
He's right about
200
this.
billion less than us to help
Bullshit.
Ukraine? Very similar
Total
size. If you
bullshit.
add up all the European countries, it's a little bit smaller than the U.S.
Yeah.
in terms of the economy. Why is it that they're not paying the kind of numbers that they should be paying? And then on top of it, and I've been saying this to Biden, I told Biden, I said, you ought to be asking for either a loan or some kind of a
It's not that
security,
simple.
like their oil and gas or
His numbers are
something
wrong.
for the money.
Then correct
'cause
me.
You're putting up much more money.
You can
in
post a
Europe,
correction on
and you have
Twitter
no security. Europe's
or
putting
Reddit.
up a much smaller amount.
'Cause this is what
and
my
it's
understanding
in the
is.
form of a loan. Because we have people that were incompetent in the last administration, grossly incompetent, and we're changing it. But we change it, and all we do is we get hit by lawsuits from the radical left all the time. But here we are. We stand, and I guess we've done okay. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
Man.
President Trump has just spoken with Russian President Putin, and some details come directly from the president. He has just put out on his Truth Social, and so it's everywhere now, that they discussed Ukraine, the Middle East, energy, artificial intelligence, and the dollar. He also revealed the two agreed to visit each other's countries. He said, I had a lengthy and highly productive phone call with President Vladimir Putin of Russia. I just read what he said they talked about. We both reflected on the great history of our nations and the fact that we fought so successfully together in World War II.
I just remember the interview that Tucker Carlson did with Putin, and then like he asked Putin a question, and Putin's like, "Well, in 1504," and it's like, oh shit, the 3-hour interview, yeah.
That Russia lost tens of millions of people, as we likewise lost so many. We each talked about the strengths of our respective nations and the great benefit that we will someday have in working together. But first, as we both agreed, so this is Trump posting about his recent call just moments ago with Putin.
Yeah.
He said, but first, as we both agreed, we want to stop the millions of deaths taking place in the war with Russia and Ukraine. President Putin even used my very strong campaign motto of common sense. We both believe very strongly in it. We agreed to work together very closely, including visiting each other's nations. We also have agreed to our respective terms, starting negotiations immediately. And we will begin by calling President Zelensky of Ukraine to inform him of the conversation, something which I will be doing right now.
Fuck, thank God. I just like, The only thing that I'm worried about is that this negotiation ends with capitulation to Russia, where Ukraine has to lose ground, which I think is unfair. That's my main concern and my main worry. That will happen. A lot of people are worried about that. I'm willing to listen to an argument for why that's okay, but my gut feeling is that it's bad.
So this is playing out contemporaneously as we're here live on Outnumbered. I have asked Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Director of CIA John Radcliffe, National Security Advisor Michael Waltz, and Ambassador and Special Envoy Steve Witkoff to lead the negotiations, which I feel strongly about will be successful. Millions of people have died.
Let's discuss most of the alternatives. I really hate to invoke this because I feel like 90% of times people invoke this, it's bullshit. But I think that appeasement didn't work with Hitler. And I think that now Putin now has 2 points on a line where he annexed Crimea, and now he's doing this with Ukraine. I find this to be unsettling. It's an unsettling pattern of behavior that I don't think should be reinforced. And I think the entire rest of the, like, global, people should be against it. Why should he stop? Well, because there's massive sanctions on Russia. And so that's the way that I feel about it. Like, I don't have, like, a super strong... Like, I don't hate Putin. I don't, like, hate Russia. But I think that what they're doing is, from everything that I understand, maybe I'm totally misinformed, but it really seems like they're the aggressor, and it's just massively fucked up what's been happening. And it's like, I've had people say, oh, you don't know what you're talking about, and they show me something and it's just some bullshit, right? And so anyway, yeah, no, I'm a big supporter. As I said before, I'm a big supporter of Ukraine. And so that's my concern. U.S. president shouldn't be toying around with Europe. I think that it's fair to say that the U.S. president shouldn't be toying around with Europe, but I think it's also fair to say that the way that basically the U.S. is using Ukraine as a proxy to prevent Russian expansionism, I think that especially in the context of how that happened in World War II, it makes a lot of historical sense. And I don't think that NATO is a bad thing. I think that the amount of money that the U.S. puts into NATO is a bad thing. But at a fundamental level, I think NATO's good. Does that make sense?
War that would have not happened if I were president, but it did happen, so it must end. No more lives should be lost, President Trump writes. I want to thank President Putin for his time and effort with respect to this call and for the release yesterday of Mark Fogel, a wonderful man that I personally greeted last night at the White House. I saw that. I believe this effort will lead to a successful conclusion, hopefully soon. The President of the United States.
That's great.
Charles.
Yeah.
Amazing. Yeah. Absolutely amazing. Hands-on, getting things done. It's hard to put it into words. You know, I actually was getting goosebumps as you read that because of what we've already seen. You know, just in the last few weeks, what we've already seen, including getting Mark Fogel home, and it just makes you feel pretty confident that this conflict will be resolved much sooner than anyone had anticipated. And to President Trump's point, it did not start under his watch, and probably would not have started on his watch.
Who knows?
You know, it is a promise that we now know on July 13th, the conversations that he was having with Mark Fogel's now 95-year-old mother. Yeah. And he promised her he would bring Mark Fogel home. And he talked about... 20%
believe in Russian propaganda. I think that a lot of the people that are against Ukraine are just isolationists, period. So they're not really against Ukraine, like, on principle, or like in a specific sense. They just don't want us involving ourselves in a war in Europe. So it's not about like whether Ukraine is wrong or not. They just don't want to deal with it. It's not naive. I think that's the way a lot of people see it. It is.
promises made, promises kept, and we think, okay, campaign, that has to do with all of America, but it can be personal too. You've been there with a front row seat when it gets personal, Kaylee.
Yes, and that was a very personal story he shared, and it was very interesting and fascinating to hear. And I think, look, reading that tweet, that Truth Social, as you did, I was just thinking back about foreign policy over the last decade and a half. And you think about President Obama, and you think about Putin and his invasion of Crimea that happened, and Obama responded with minor sanctions. Then Trump comes in, and it's stability for 4 years. There's no Russia annexing X, Y, or Z. And then you bring in Biden, and then you get a war in Ukraine. And then Trump, here we are, just over 3 weeks' time, Mark Vogel's released. Then there's this conversation, and you're talking about winding down the war in Ukraine. If President Trump, and look, there's a lot of ifs, we don't know what will happen. If he manages to wind down the war in Ukraine, get a status quo in the Middle East where Iran is on its heels, where you get a Saudi peace deal, this is legacy-defining presidential moves on the foreign policy stage that would put you in the realm of Ronald Reagan. Again, a lot to be played out. We're only 3 weeks in, but these are very encouraging signs 3 weeks in.
You know, I know it's a big moment, and on this couch, Kaylee and Emily and I will all talk about our faith. And I think at this time, our enemies don't like this. And if you were ever going to pray for a president and the United States of America, now would be a really good time to pray for our protection as a nation and for his. You talk about the speed at which he's moving. Our enemies are leaning all the way in now.
10 hostages released in 3 weeks. And to Mark Vogel's point, when he was released, he thanked the entire diplomatic corps and so many pairs of hands that each played a part under what he called the President of the United States as his hero's direction. To your point, the action, the speed of which the Americans
this was last night. I remember I saw a little bit about this.
Results, that families have seen results, like Mark's family. There he is right there. I mean, they have been waiting for this, and they received a phone call by the State Department during Biden's administration, letting them know that their beloved son and brother was not part of the hostage release that involved Brittany Griner earlier. And that was a horrible phone call for them to receive. Here we have, again, in that post, too, I note, number one, that President Trump referenced that negotiations will be led by the director of the CIA, by Secretary of State Marco Rubio, NSA Michael Waltz, Ambassador Special Envoy Steve Witkoff. So he says they will manage the negotiations. This is a delegation under his execution, which I think also is a hallmark of this presidency. We talked about he surrounded himself with people who have the same vision and will be in lockstep with putting America's priorities first. And the visit between the two presidents, as promised in this tweet or in this message, I think will be quite phenomenal.
Yeah, that's really important too. Look, just real quickly, on that day, July 13th, last summer, when he had the conversation with Mark Vogel's mom, now 95, I promised to bring your son home.
Yeah, I mean, he did it. I mean, that's a great thing. I feel like, obviously, how could that not be a good thing? Majority in Ukraine wants it to end as soon as possible. I wonder how it looks like, because the problem is, like, Russia has a lot of propaganda, and it doesn't really have, like, a very free state, so it's hard really to gauge, like, what the Russian population really believes. But, like, if I'm looking at this from my perspective, it seems like Russia's lost a lot of face for how badly they've done in Ukraine. Like, I remember when the Ukraine war started, I thought that, like, Russia was going to take it over very, very quickly. So I think that it is in Putin's best interest to end it, because I do think that it probably makes him look weak and look bad. But it's just hard for me to know that, because it's like you have a language barrier, culture barrier, and also propaganda barrier. But, like, if I'm just thinking about this from, like, a common sense perspective, that's what makes sense to me.
Just 2 or 3 hours within that whole realm was the first assassination attempt.
Yes.
The presidential candidate who'd been shot in Pennsylvania, Butler, Pennsylvania. He never lost track of that promise he made to her.
No, it actually solidified his resolve. In the 4 years, the gap in between his presidencies. And that's what's so unprecedented about this, because normally a two-term president, by their second term, they're absolutely exhausted under the weight of the responsibility of the job. You know, we've never seen in our lifetime someone who has 4 years to really consider what they would do, you know, with the energy of getting back into the White House. But what actually makes me, I'm not surprised by this based on what he's done. What makes me really sad is that Joe Biden could have picked up the phone. Joe Biden could have had this conversation. Joe Biden could have preserved hundreds,
could he though?
Thousands of lives. I mean, if this is what it takes.
It's impossible to know. I don't think it's fair to blame it on him because you don't know what Trump is saying or willing to do in order to get Putin to come to the table. Like, it's too early to say.
I would like to think so. If it's as simple as a conversation,
yeah.
The $100 billion we sent to Ukraine, how many hundreds of thousands of people dead?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great point. I guess I just asked, could the man who managed to call people garbage on the right side of the aisle in the latter days, who hurt the presidential candidate for sure on the Democratic side, could that man have led to this much? Could he have accomplished
it? Well, now we get to look forward. We don't even have to
look back.
Well, there it is. And, yeah, at least he's talking to Putin instead of sending mixed messages. Biden couldn't do shit. I don't know. I'll link you guys the video real quick. he ended that shit just in time for me to watch State of Play. Actual fucking W Trump. Wow, what a nice guy. I don't think they should be. Should they legally be allowed to play Bloodborne footage for State of Play? I feel like that's basically like baiting. Like, really, they should not be allowed to even do this. What's the prediction? Bloodborne. I think they're gonna do it this time. I mean, Trump's the president now. Things are getting better. Like, I feel like they have to announce it now. This might sound like a big conspiracy. Do you think that maybe Sony isn't announcing Bloodborne so they can keep getting people to watch all of these, hoping that they will? It's like they're just baiting people into it. Well, let's find out. What if it's the first announcement? Dude, it's gonna be the first announcement. Watch, it's gonna be the first one. This is Bloodborne right here. It's gonna be the second announcement. Yeah.
I had no idea just how big the world is.
This is honestly, right now, I'm so excited for this game. I'm so fucking excited. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that guy. Ooh. This is gonna be so good. I didn't even know he could do that. Oh. That's a big fucking dragon. Holy shit. It's a Rathalos. Ooh. Or Rathian, I think, actually. But either way. Rathian, yeah. Yeah, they're bringing back a lot of the old ones, obviously. Dude, this game, I am so excited.
Stand witness to how its existence unfolds.
Oh. Damn. I'm gonna put like I hope I'll be able to put 1,000 hours into this game. First free title upgrade? Wait, what does that mean? Bitsune. February 28th, boys. How many days? Oh, 16 days from now. I am so fucking ready for this. Oh my god, I just want to play the game now. I've been watching VODs. Producer of Monster Wilds. Yo, what up? That's the first free update. Damn.
この他にもタイトルアップデート第1弾で追加されるコンテンツはまだありますが、詳細は改めてお知らせしたいと思っております。本作は発売後に
So they're adding in new monsters and everything? Holy shit. So they're already announcing updates before the game's even released. Oh my god.
28日の発売まであと少し。皆様に楽しんでいただけることを心よりお待ちしております。
That's all for today's announcement?
引き続きステイトオブプレイを
Okay, alright guys. We ready to see Bloodborne? Here we go. Yeah, that's fucking awesome. I'm so excited for Monster Hunter. Oh. Okay. Okay. Next one. Is this 2D Sekiro? That's cool. I'll play this. Yeah, this is like an old school arcade game.
Striking with lethal precision.
Fuck, man. This is like a Super Nintendo game. I love it.
Each weapon a tool, each tool a part of the whole.
Where's the big hammer?
This is the magic of Shinobi.
I'm gonna finish Ninja Gaiden next probably a couple weeks, because they're making a big update to it. I think they're gonna fix camera problems. Shinobi Act of Vengeance, and it comes out in August. That game looks really good. Yeah, oh fuck, is it only PS5 and PS4? What is, oh, this must be Bloodborne. Is this Bloodborne? Why would Sonic need a car? I thought he was already really fast. This doesn't make sense. Isn't this just DEI for Dr. Robotnik? It's like affirmative. It's not even fair. What the hell is this? I thought Shadow could go really fast too. What the? We got a long boy in there. Can you ride on top of him? I remember these games. I remember there was like a racing game in Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. I played that against a lot of other people. Ooh. So this is like it's like Mario Kart, but it's Sega Kart. Cool. They really their ego really went up after that Astrobot thing, right? They're like, okay, we can beat you once, we can do it again. Now they're coming for Mario Kart. This is fucked up, man. This is really fucked up. So Sony's going places they like. This is no, it's not. Kingdom Hearts 4? No way, right? It's a new game.
An apocalypse looms over parallel worlds as their fates begin to intertwine. The battle to alter destiny begins.
Please tell me this is an anime game that's actually not a gacha.
Gods, heroes, and monsters of bygone eras. The anomalies.
Persona 6?
Digimon.
Digimon? What the? Wait, they're going after Pokemon too? Bro, Sony's firing all. Oh, fuck.
Seize the future.
It's not Kingdom Hearts? Yeah, I guess not. They're going after Mario Kart and Pokemon. Digimon story? I'm gonna be real, guys. That looked like garbage. Looked like shit. Looked like a big fat dick. Let's go to the next one.
大家好，
Oh
我是
no.
手指魂的创作者杨斌，从一名独立开发者
Lost Soul aside, that's the game.
携手，这一路走来已历经10年。
Still the best Digimon
结
game.
合了流畅爽快的战斗体验与丰富多样的世界设计，玩家将在各具风格的场景中探索，面对充满个性的敌人，同时与
Doesn't matter if the gameplay's fun.
逐
True.
步揭开精彩的故事。接下来，我非常激动地向大家展示
I'm thrilled to
全新的
present our
游
brand
戏
new
预告，
gameplay
并
trailer.
正式确认游戏的
Wait, what?
发布日期。
Brand new. Oh, what? China Hero Project. Okay, it's a game from China. That means it'll probably be good, right?
I keep having the same dream. A horrible dream. Where monsters invade our world.
Ooh.
A powerful being falls from the sky.
Isn't this one Kingdom Hearts?
And when it seems
Am
they
I
might
just stupid?
vanquish the invaders, the dream ends. Is this really just a dream? My only hope lies with you.
A hero's journey to unite lost souls. Okay.
We will travel
All right. Yeah. Yeah. It's crazy how they can just keep making these and I'll just keep buying them and playing them.
I see
like,
great power within you.
Just
destiny waiting to be fulfilled.
I'll play these for a while.
Let me be your vengeance. The blade in your hand.
This is cool. Oh, there's real gameplay. Wow. It's perfect dodge. Hey guys, I wonder if I'm gonna play this sword game.
You never wanted to be a hero.
Yeah, I wonder if I'm gonna play this.
For humanity's sake, you
Jeez. What a mystery.
Then give me your power, Arena.
So are they doing like icons or primals and like Final Fantasies or kind of like that? That looks pretty cool. May 30th, damn, and it's on PC.
Hi everyone, I'm Sean Benson.
Fuck yeah.
We've got several updates today from partners around the world, starting with news from the Like a Dragon series.
Like a Dragon. Oh yeah, there's a new one of this coming out this month.
First up, a playable demo of Like a Dragon, Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii arrives on PS5 this Friday.
Okay.
Players could try out 2 battle styles, including Goro Majiba's new Sea Dog style, as well as engage in naval battles at the Pirates Coliseum.
Does he ride a bicycle? When did it come out? I wasn't reading.
Sega and Rocket joined forces in Ichiban's Holiday, a new crossover DLC coming to Dave the Diver.
Dave the Diver, oh shit.
Ichiban Kasuga and other
The
Like a
20th?
Dragon
I'll play it.
characters team up to thwart a gang of troublemakers in classic beat-em-up style, all while perfecting new
I feel like these games were never that good.
Dave
It's
the
fun to
Diver
play 'em, but,
Ichiban's
like,
Holiday
I don't think
arrives
they're really
this
that great.
April on PS5 and PS4.
What's this? This looks
The
cool.
Splitgate 2 alpha begins February
yeah.
27th on PS5. Use portals and futuristic physics to dominate the arena, and play a new 24-player mode where 3 teams compete on a massive map.
I mean, I don't know. Like, I'm not really a big competitive shooter guy, but I might play this day one.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name
Do not
is
care about
Paul
wrestling.
Heyman. I'm here to give you an exclusive
shit.
first look in the future of the WWE 2K franchise. Introducing the Island. With the Island players,
My friend Toby would always play wrestling games and he'd want to do the moves on me. And he was like 3 years older than me.
With up to 50 other
I let him do it too.
The Island
Yeah.
also offers deep customization, giving players the chance.
And he would always want me to play this game with him, and he would beat me every time.
Like never before.
So I have like generational PTSD against wrestling. Wait,
As the first of its
was he in a
kind
lava?
branch,
Is he in a mountain?
The Island is not just an addition, it's a bold step toward the future. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
What the hell is this?
To the Island.
Yeah. It's not for me. Not my kind of thing. Alright, Bloodborne.
Sup? I'm Randy from Gearbox.
Hi.
And I'm Randy from Gearbox. And you know why we're here. We're here for you. Are you ready? It's 2025, and every day we are getting closer to the launch of Borderlands 4. Let's go!
Play the trailer. People were unhappy about the game. Let's see if it looks any better. Looks fine. It's the same. Yeah, it looks fine. Sure. Gotcha, bitch. That was cool. What do you guys think? I think this looks pretty okay. But I've never played a Borderlands game before, so I'm just like I'm your normie viewer. Oh no, okay, so there's no release date? It's coming out next year, guys.
We don't have to wait long now. Borderlands 4 is going to break free for its special state of play this spring, focused exclusively on Borderlands 4.
We're diving deep, you guys. Join us. Borderlands 4, state of play for combat, vault hunters, action skills,
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Everything. You're going to see more guns than you can even count.
All on PlayStation 5. But Randy, do you have anything else for us?
I think I do, Randy.
Well, what is it? Don't hold out on me, Randy.
I'll feed you, baby bird. Who wants a launch date for Borderlands 4?
Oh.
Well, Borderlands 4 launches worldwide for everyone on September 23rd, 2025.
Well, I guess I'm a stupid liar.
See you in spring.
Great. Awesome. Cool. Great, September. Ooh, the game. Oh yeah, this game.
But I really don't do small talk. Nice to meet you too.
This is like we're like they're like both writers, and one's a writer for sci-fi, the other one's a writer for fantasy. So they have to solve problems in each other's worlds.
Your trust. Well, I kind of need your.
It's DEI? Well, because it's women, yeah, obviously.
I took inspiration with this story from when me and my sister were younger. Look at all of this.
Yeah, I will play. I've played this with somebody if they want to play with me.
Story around my dad. All I can do is write this silly story.
Everybody knows that there's only two races in video games. There's white and there's woke.
Follow my lead. Are you for real, Zoe? I wrote it when I was a kid. What sort of
Okay.
child were you?
Oh. Yeah, I'll try this out.
What now? I did not sign up for this. Brace yourself,
The DEI dev made it for his daughters. No, the guy that made this is super cool.
Damn.
And he already made a good game before. Yeah, I've been willing to try it. It's March 6th. That's actually really soon. That's crazy soon. Ooh, the Quarry. I remember XQC played that. I watched him play it. Is this the mouthwashing, the PS5 edition?
Status report. Looks like it penetrated through there. We need to inspect the hull damage first.
Not too bad.
Doesn't look too good either. What is that? You feeling all right?
My body's going one way and my mind's going another.
What is that? This ship is infected with an alien organism.
It
doesn't feel real sometimes.
Never forget why you started.
Lord have mercy.
Do you think Williams knows more about this substance than
This is gonna be like a narrative adventure game, by the way. It's not really a video game.
Appearance. It's changing its cellular structure.
I could play it on release, maybe.
Human form. It's replacing us.
If y'all would be down for that.
I know this will be difficult to hear, but if you're still out there,
I never played a game like that before. Well, I guess I have. I played mouthwashing. That shit went hard. Radioactive 8020. Ooh, it's a sandworm. Yeah, maybe I tried that out. Steel wool. Oh shit. That's a danger goat. Ooh. This is where you get free candy.
Leaving our property abandoned in his warehouse. Your job is simple. Enter the warehouse and retrieve the technology that he was developing for us. It's a kind of prototype endoskeleton that can adapt to any costume and become any character. We suspect it may be malfunctioning, so just be aware of the slim but non-zero chance that you could sustain significant injuries while attempting to retrieve it, including but not limited to death or dismemberment. We fully expect the retrieval process to go smoothly and without incident, but just in case, we suggest you get your affairs in order before arriving.
I don't know if I'd play this or not. This seems kind of dry. Five Nights at Freddy's, Secret of the Mimic. Okay.
Thank you for being a valued
Cool.
member of the Fazbear team.
6/13/25.
Greetings from Moonhood. We're the creators of the Midnight Walk, a cozy horror game created entirely in clay, where you will journey down a nightmarish highway riddled with terrors that want to devour you and your little lantern creature, Hawk Boy.
Together with your little friend, you must outsmart these terrorists and bring back fire to this
You have to
mad
outsmart the
world
terrorists?
handcrafted for you.
So please enjoy this short gameplay preview.
Cool, let's see it. This is actual gameplay.
The burnt one woke from a deep slumber.
Uh-huh.
Fire? I'd almost forgotten how it felt. You're the caretaker of this little firecracker? I reckon you must be headed for Moon Mountain. Am I right?
Hello gamers, Barmy here with a quick guide on how to get the Songflower Serenade buff in World of Warcraft Classic. The Songflower Serenade is a Chronoboon displacer. To get this buff, you first need to head towards the Emerald Sanctuary in Felwood. If you're Alliance, you need to talk to Arathandis Silversky located here, and the Horde must talk to Mavis Riverbreeze located here. If you've not done this before on your character, then you'll first be given the Cleansing Felwood quest, which will send you to collect 15 Blood Amber from Warpwood Elementals located northeast of the Irontree Woods. Once this quest is completed, you will receive a Cenarian Beacon, and the quest givers will now offer repeatable quests to collect items around Felwood for the reward of 2 Cenarian plant salve. Make sure you have the beacon in your bags, otherwise you'll not be able to complete these quests. I always go for the Selvire Hunting quest, as the corrupted soul shards drop from pretty much everything in Felwood. With the 2 plant salves in your bag, you'll now need to find a corrupted Songflower. You can use the Nova World Buffs add-on, link in the description, to help you find.
Yo, what's up? Welcome back to Alpha Central. I'm your host, Jack, and today we're taking a look at toxic women failing to make men simp. But let's jump right in, right after you subscribe, of course. Disclaimer, this video was made for strictly comedic/artistic purposes. No offense is intended towards any individual featured in this video.
Football. Saturday night football.
Can you not do that?
I demand football. I demand Ratatouille.
She's standing in front of the TV, blocking the game, like the world revolves around her. Guess what? You're just blocking the action, not stealing it.
Swap phones.
Huh? Oh, I mean, we already go through each other's phones all the time, so.
Can you do it for the video?
Not really. I mean, I can, I guess.
Alright, let's get it. Let's swap. Let's go through Snapchat. Let's back up so we get in the shade. I know you're gonna get hot, man. You deleted some? No. You gotta switch. You gotta give me up on. Yeah. She deleted some.
Go through. Snapchat's on there. I was just on it. I literally just texted Taylor. Oh, you have to download it back again.
Oh, you deleted?
No, it was just on there. No, like for real. You just saw me on it. Did you not?
What'd you delete?
I didn't delete anything. I unlocked my phone.
When she starts acting shady about swapping phones and deleting apps, you already know what's going on. If you're innocent, you don't need to clean up your mess first.
Oh, I have to have a job. Well, that's sad. What if I don't work?
Red flag. Red flag.
What does he mean by that?
That I'm not gonna be really interested.
Oh, okay. You want someone who's got their own thing going on. So like a healthy attachment, not?
Yeah, like I'm gonna say I want you to be doing anything, paying for anything, but I'd like you to
have your own.
Yeah.
But if she ain't got to pay for anything, then why does she need to work?
Her own needs. She might want something when I'm never there. When I'm not there, how's she gonna?
She should just put your card on her phone.
But I got my card.
Yeah, but you can attach it to more than one phone.
She shouldn't have said that.
We can all use your Apple Pay.
It's baffling that some women make it seem like paying for their own things is a massive chore. It's just called being an adult.
I promise you, if I told someone to put a dress on, they would put a dress on.
It's because you're attractive, so a lot of dudes don't stand on real business, so they feel like since she's cute, acquiesce to her because they'd rather deal with you than to be by themselves. But real men ain't going for that shit. I'm just telling you what it is. Yeah. So what I'm telling you is, a real man who really has dominance, who really wants to have some type of authority, is not gonna let his girl just tell him what to do. And ultimately, she said dominate. So dominate and compromise are two different words. So based on her definition.
You can be dominant and compromise.
No, you're also talking from a woman's perspective as well. Men that I know that
men that you know?
Yeah, the type of men that y'all like, that you're attracted to, are not gonna let you do that. That's
why wouldn't they? I'm their woman. They should do what I'm to make me happy. Happy home, happy wife, happy home.
Happy fan, happy us.
At the end of the day, they can do whatever they want, but like if I'm with them and they're with me because I like something and out of respect, they will do that. For example, opening a door simply because it's respectful.
Yeah, that's regular. But you said dominate.
Yes.
That's different.
And not dominate like I'm a dude. I guess not. I'm not.
You gotta be kidding. Some dudes like that.
Want to try it.
A relationship without the guy stepping up? Yeah, that's not a healthy dynamic. Real men don't wait around to be told what to do. They take control.
I think I saw a guy.
Baby, do you love me?
Huh?
Do you love me?
Yeah, you love me.
But how much do you love me?
Huh?
How much do you love me?
A lot.
But like, do you know when the moment was that you fell in love with me?
I don't know.
Larry, why are you getting mad? Hold on, I'm
playing the game, bro. I'm not saying.
Calm down. You're here. I need you here. Okay? Thank you. So, anyways, like I was saying, when was the moment that you knew you fell in love with me?
See, when I first met you, I don't know.
When you first met me, you're so capped out. Baby!
Get out the room, dog!
No!
Get out!
No!
Like, get out the room.
Larry, why are you getting... Bro.
I swear, if I get in a fight right now...
Well, then don't lose.
Get out, bro.
Be like, I'm a
Oh, Sashi, I swear to God, bro.
Larry!
Hey! I know why you just punched me.
I didn't punch you, I just moved your hands.
Move your hands, bro. The claws are sharp as
I just wanted to get your attention. You're not answering my question.
Get the hell out my face.
That's
bro,
how you about to die.
Please.
He's just trying to vibe and play his game, and she's over here being annoying to get him to snap. She's the problem, not him.
Today, I'm gonna pee on the dudes right behind me.
Obviously, there's people that are getting pissed off about what I'm saying. And it's really no surprise. This is the part about me.
Or people are very excited to see the corruption being weeded out. Let's see what Vosh had to say, who's a very left-leaning political commentator and streamer.
Forgive me for being a bit self-centered for a moment. I'm sorry. I apologize. I know. They say privileged streamer. My job could go out like that. You know how crazy things are getting over here? Literally, like, at any moment. You know that? They could just say, hey, YouTube, it's un-American of you to allow left-leaning people to post videos. These communist videos are pro-China. Kablamo, I'm out. And that's a little...
I really can't have a single fucking shred of sympathy for this shit because these were the same people that were pushing for everybody to get demonetized and deplatformed during COVID, for pushing what's considered misinformation, for questioning the election, or for saying that COVID isn't the way the government says it is. Like, I'm sorry, but, like, it's bad that I don't want to see Vosh get demonetized or kicked off the platform. Like, I'll say this. But I really don't have a lot of sympathy for him either, because, like, this was something that, like, he promoted and he supported. I know a lot of people do, but, like, I'm just giving you my opinion, right? This is my opinion. And anyway, you know, I see this happen, and it's like now the shoe's on the other foot. You actually think you're gonna get kicked off of YouTube for being un-American? Like, by the way, what? How fucking retarded? Like, you really think this is gonna happen? It's a fucking delusion, man. Like, chill out. You're not gonna get kicked off of YouTube for that. Now, that other thing he did. I mean, if you didn't get kicked off for that, you shouldn't worry about this.
Well, scary. It's literally like there's no, like, it's a day-by-day thing. I wake up every morning and I check. So I'm just saying, in the meantime, maybe I'm a little bit more like and subscribey than usual. You have a backup platform you're planning to go to if shit hits the fan? Yeah, there's a corner under, like, right next to the 5 in downtown Seattle that I don't usually see other people panhandling
There you go.
on.
Smart.
Nice.
There you go.
So, how odd to see USAID getting slashed, and immediately people like Vosh are saying they're worried about the fact they might be panhandling soon as a result of everything going on.
I, by the way, don't think Vosh was getting any money from USAID. Like, I don't think that's what was happening. I think he's just worried that there's a culture shift happening and he could be on the receiving end of it. That's really what I think he was saying.
Here. Well, for people like Vosh, I guess this is a taste of the other side.
Come on. He was like, I don't know. I think that's a big accusation to make. We'll see what happens. Maybe he was. I don't think he was.
Everything going on.
There's
here.
an audit,
well,
right?
For people like Vosh, I guess this is a taste of the other side. The other side where a lot of conservatives were being deplatformed and targeted by social media platforms for years and years. And now it seems like the pendulum at least is moving away from that side, and it has people like Vosh very shook. Absolutely. But here's the other side of the reaction, which is people like Asmongold who are thrilled this is happening. This clip has definitely gone viral, and so is his video on the subject, so let's give this small section a listen.
So this is the thing, guys. I want these people to suffer. Because that's what they did to me. I want to set an example. Get rid of these people. Put them, like, completely out of their jobs. Get rid of them. Make an example of them. Say, this is what by the way, keep in mind, I am the most empathetic streamer. Unironically. Happens. Oh, it's just gamers rise up. What goes around? Yep, what goes around comes around. And the most humble. We're coming. Look.
Yeah, that clip actually resonated with a lot of people.
A lot of people were really happy about that clip, and everybody basically was agreeing with me. Yeah, I mean, there were a few retards that were mad, but other than that, everybody else was happy.
Hey, just imagine for a decade plus, for some people, a good portion of their lives, Having your favorite medium, your favorite hobby, constantly targeted by now what we can say are state-sponsored actors who are trying everything to subvert your hobby, to demonize you as a person just because you wanted to play some video games. It is hard not to feel some sort of negative feeling towards the people.
These are people that tell other cultures how to talk, walk, and behave. Yeah, they tell you everything to do. These are the people that want to tone police you. They want to tell you what words you can and can't say, and then they get surprised when you say that. Thank God you're fucking gone, right? Nobody wants to be told what to do by some retard with an anime profile picture. Nobody.
Responsible for attempting that. And no, I don't even think it's revenge. People are calling this like an attempt at revenge. I don't think this is revenge.
Well, y'all listen
I think
to
this
me,
is justice.
not him.
These people are getting what they deserve. They knew exactly what they were doing, and they've been doing it for so long, and they never cared what happened to the people and the industries they were
No, they do care what happened, is that they treated people unfairly, and the hostility and anger that those people were recipients of they were made to be examples. They were treated unfairly on purpose to show everybody else, this is what happens if you don't do what we want. That's what happened.
For their own agenda. And people are actually disagreeing with this. You can see users like this saying, you guys are...
You said, remember when you said all you have to do to see same system used against you, you just have to wait? I said whenever you build a system in order to oppress people, the only thing that you have to do in order for that system to oppress you is wait. And apparently we didn't have to wait that long. Yeah. That was quick. Fuck. It's just video games. If it's just video games, well, here's the way I look at it. If it's just video games and you want to fuck with me on that, like, I have the perspective that I don't attack people and I don't do anything unless that I know that I can make a tangible difference and I know that I can really kind of get somebody. So, like, in cases where I think I can make a change, I will push for it a lot. Like, for example, that one guy that made the tweet about killing MAGA people, well, he's fired from his job. We ruined his life, basically. And that's a W, right? But I'm not going to complain about somebody unless I can get them all the way. And so I bide my time, I wait until the opportunity is right, and then I take advantage of the opportunity. And I enjoy it. Fuck. I love it.
Genuinely so effing pathetic. It's quite literally just video games. Well, if it's quite literally just video games, then why do you care? Then why are you so happy?
So pathetic, it's quite literally just video games? That's right. And if we're gonna ruin your life over video games, then there you go. Watch out. Just saying. Yeah, we're gonna push this. Yeah, if you're gonna do that, absolutely, don't fuck with it. Roach attack. We're coming. Exactly. Yeah.
Agencies,
stay
and
out of our
journalists,
shit.
and even governments feel the need to spend so much time and money trying to change video games if they're literally just this irrelevant thing. And this is another appeal to triviality, where they're saying, "Oh, I don't even care. Why do you care so much?" Well, clearly, users like this.
You're gonna try and ruin people's lives over a tweet. Depends on what the tweet is. In some cases, yeah. If I think I could, I would. Absolutely. Because I don't like it. Why would I allow people to do something that I think is terrible if I could stop it from happening? Why would I do that? That's it. I mean, like, really, because I mean, like, I'm not talking about people that are, I'm not talking about your traditional DEI enjoyers. I'm talking about people that are advocating for violence, advocating for political terrorism. If somehow you've created a situation in your mind where I'm the bad guy there, I think that you've got the problem and not me. I caught a low punny.
care very much about this topic. Otherwise, they wouldn't be speaking on it.
And also, they do it to me too. They do it to me. Like I always have that viewpoint, right? If somebody do it to me, I do it to them. If I can. That's using the same logic, though, isn't it? Yeah, it is. You think you want to go to a gunfight with a sword? No, you use a gun.
That's how things have been going the last couple of years, and now they're mad that these things are being rejected. They're not going to influence games like they used to, and they get so mad about this fact that they're coping here with a full caps lock meltdown and spurging out about the topic. And I'm sorry, people like this must have bent into a pretzel seeing Asmongold on their timeline, but I think people like this are just mad because they're losing and they can't handle it. And look at this, 8,500 likes on this tweet. Go through the quotes and the replies. I would say...
No, this person botted the tweet massively. They botted it to have like a bunch of likes. And the way that I can tell that it was botted is because everybody in the replies is disagreeing with it. And everybody in the original tweet was also agreeing with me. So this is what people like, and this is the thing, is that aren't likes private? They are, but you can see how many there are collectively. Many such cases, yes, there are.
At best, 1% of the people agree with this initial take. And that tells me that this is just not
organic. If you have to say those things about yourself, it's probably not true about being the most humble and most empathetic. We'll ban that guy. Who's that? Who's that in chat? What's his name? Gay? Alright, he's gone.
Panic. But let's move back to this article from Politico. We read a small section from earlier in this video. So they mentioned Gamergate over and over again. One of the biggest proponents of Gamergate, one of the biggest adversaries, if you will, was feminist frequency. Okay? Yeah. Feminist frequency, you kind of have to, if you know type thing. They were an absolute thorn in the side of gamers for many, many years, and still in many ways are. They have caused untold issues with the gaming spaces and among gaming journalists with their push to basically label particularly...
You know, they went to like the UN to complain about video games. People put up with this shit.
Male gamers as the enemy is something that needs to be ousted from the gaming spaces, and that games need to be adjusted to get away from the male gaze and other things that they coined that are absolute woke nonsense. And it got so bad, only a few years ago, less than a decade ago, you had these people from feminist frequency speaking before the United Nations about this issue involving video games.
How does this happen? What the fuck is this?
That is absolutely insane. I can't imagine two more wasteful groups in the world than feminist frequency and the United Nations. That is a literal nightmare blunt rotation right there. It is insufferable. But yeah, that just goes to show you how far these things can go. And now I'm seeing a lot of people passing around this screenshot of feminist frequency receiving about $235,000 in contributions for the year 2024. Now, a lot of people are looking at this and saying, aha, they've been sponsored by the government. Unfortunately, a lot of the screenshots of this particular piece of data, it cuts off the government grants section. And if you see here, it says $0. So they did not receive any direct money from the government. However, I point this out not only to help settle the record, but also to say they have $235,000 worth of private.
I think that it's obvious that the people, like, you don't just randomly get to the UN. It's very obvious to me that people in the government helped them. Like, I'm the kind of guy that if I think something's happening, I'm just gonna think it's happening. And unless you show me direct proof that it's not happening, then I'm still gonna believe it's happening. Why? Because I've never been wrong, really. Actually, that's not true. I've been wrong like 3 or 4 times, but I've been right like 100. So yeah, that's the reason.
Investments. First of all, I thought they shut their doors down like a year and a half ago, but people are still paying feminist frequency this much money. Why? They're completely and utterly irrelevant. They're a laughing stock.
See, that's why I'm the most humble. It's because I did mention the times that I was wrong, and there were cases that I have been wrong. Now, obviously, they're very few, but that is humility.
Been for many years. It's baffling that they're still having this stream of income coming in, despite, like I said, I'm pretty sure they shut down their doors about a year and a half ago.
Thank God.
However, people have been digging, and I wanted to show their 2022 financials because this is just, it's unreal. Again, by 2022, they were completely irrelevant, but they had these sorts of numbers. Total revenue of $569,000 just for the year.
Corporate donations. Who's the corporations giving them money? Come on, what are we doing? As I said, like, it is fucking obvious. What's your logical construct based on? My logical construct is that people that have shared interests will work together to accomplish shared goals. And I think that in a general sense, people that view each other in solidarity will have sympathy for each other and will work towards achieving goals in ways that are sometimes more opaque than average. And in a lot of cases, it can't necessarily be defined, but it can be observed. Obviously, that's why WF, well, I don't know about that. And so when I see this happen, that's what I think. Grant funding, yeah, exactly, right? It's common sense, exactly. It's just common sense. Doesn't mean that the government was in on it, though. No, but to think that these people randomly spawned in at the UN without any sort of cooperation or help from the government at all, or people that were sympathetic to their cause in the government, I think that that's interesting. I wouldn't have assumed that.
2022. Can you imagine that? And most of it came from corporate and individual donations. About, let's say, $450,000 worth. Okay? That is absolutely insane. Think about that. How do they convince individuals and corporations to give them that much money when their cause is completely moot at this point? No one supports them. Yeah. Nobody likes this stuff. And you want to see how inorganic all of this is. Look at their merch sales for the year 2022. $600. So they generate $600.
This is also revenue. And so, like, you're talking about revenue is not profit. So if your revenue that you're getting from a t-shirt is, let's say you're selling a t-shirt for $20, that t-shirt is going to cost, I don't know, probably like, you know, like $6 or $7 to make. So like you've sold less than 1,000 t-shirts, right? And in this case, you probably sold less than 100 t-shirts. So if you can't even sell 100 t-shirts, but you're getting donations of $250,000, what an interesting reality to be in.
Dollars in merch, but can somehow generate hundreds of thousands of dollars in corporate and individual donations. And on top of that, looking at some of this stuff, what are we talking about here? Their expenditures, their total expenditures being $356,000 in 1 year. What are they spending money on? This is absolute lunacy. What are they doing? But anyways, lesson learned here. I should have been a feminist for many years because
giving themselves money.
I'd be rolling in it right now. But no, all jokes aside, what's been going on with the USAID and also some other government programs has been an eye-opening experience, not just for Americans, but people across the world. This is completely unacceptable. I don't care what your political beliefs are. You cannot possibly support this misuse of government money, of U.S. taxpayer dollars. And it's not just harming Americans, it's harming people all across the world because these people have an agenda.
Well, I just think that it's interesting that all these people from the other sides of the world is like, apparently we were giving the Philippines a bunch of money. I talked to people that were in the Philippines, they didn't even know this was happening. So where'd the money go?
They're willing to use and promote and push with your money, no matter what the cost. And again, we looked at the programs. They're wackadoo. They're absolutely insane. The biggest waste of money ever. It all sounds like money laundering. I'm not even like joking when I say that. You see some of the evidence here and what they're doing and how this money's being spent and the amount of it. What else does it sound like at this point? It's absolutely insane. And the fact that anyone is upset, especially when it comes to gaming, calling out this nonsense, it's really weird that anyone would have an issue with these things being finally addressed and taken care of and axed, most importantly. But that's going to do it for this video. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below. And again, I would also appreciate a little off the set here, but you know, if you're a non-American, American, having your input on this, very valuable. Definitely something I'd like to see. But anyways, that's going to do it. Hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time.
I'm sure all of the people from the other parts of the world that have totally different cultures than ours really appreciate us trying to strong-arm our political and social values into their culture forcefully through money and potentially interventionism. I'm sure that's something that the other parts of the world really appreciate and they love to have happen. Thank you so much, America, for dictating to me what my morality is. Thank you so much, America, for trying to change my culture. This is exactly what I wanted. Now I will love you even more. Yeah, for sure. And so anyway, thank you for not selling trinkets to your viewers. That goes a long way with me. Well, hey, I might sell trinkets one day. I just haven't found one that's good enough. And so, yeah, anyway, there's the video right there. And you mean the Iraqi Sesame Street didn't work? I don't think so. Didn't they just raise the, or lower the age of consent to like 9 or something like that, or 12 or something? I don't know. It was something crazy. And so apparently there's a little bit of confusion there of what's been going on. And no, I'm being honest. 9, it was Iran. I don't know. It's Iran, Iraq. It's hard to say. I get them confused. But anyway, so yeah, this is really good to see. Now, obviously, people are crying about this tweet that I made. A lot of people crying about this tweet. Now, I'm going to say that people that cry about this and get upset about it, all that makes me do is it makes me happy and it makes me want to do it more. So the more you get upset about it and the more that you make appeals and you try to make people feel bad for you, that's like a reverse fucking like, you know, like thing where like with me, it's like, okay, I know it's working, right? And so yeah, but anyway, I did see this and there were a lot of people mad, but I'm gonna just keep doing it, man. I'm gonna keep doing it, and it's fun. I don't know. I don't know about this. Oh, there's a boss in Dark Souls 2 that does that. The Midnight Walk. All right. I'm not really the target audience for something like that, but okay. It is what it is.
Special thanks to Klaus Zanolov for that updated look at the Midnight Walk. Up next, a quirky new adventure from Konami. In Darwin's Paradox, you play as Darwin, a clever octopus who finds himself dumped near a highly suspicious food processing center. Use Darwin's natural camouflage and inking skills to escape the facility and save the world.
This is cool.
Aliens.
Yeah, I actually think that's cool. It's real gameplay. Very cool. Yeah, Warriors.
We're excited to reveal a brand new title from Koei Tecmo Games and Omega Force.
Okay. All right. I'm in.
Roguelite spin on the Warriors franchise.
Yeah. Oh, this is. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is good.
Descend into hell.
Now we got a real game, boys.
Powerful allies. and experiment with tons
Look at
of
all the
playstyle
numbers.
combinations to send the enemy hordes flying.
Oh, we got a real game. This game does look like shit, by the way, but...
Hell awaits
where
when
is it?
Warriors Abyss launches on PS5 and PS4 later today.
Oh, fuck! It's today?
For whom are you working?
What's
I won't
this?
Forgive you. Prepare yourself.
A PS2 era classic returns with Onimusha 2: Samurai's Destiny.
Oh yeah, they're making a new one of these. They're doing the same thing Ninja Gaiden
Capcom is
did.
enhancing the original game with HD graphics and a host of quality of life features, including
Camera?
fine-tuned analog controls.
Camera?
Immerse yourself in Jubei's hard-boiled journey.
Is this worth playing?
And fight through a world of turmoil alongside.
I really
trusted
like Ninja
allies.
Gaiden too. That game was fucking
Onimusha
fun.
2: Samurai's Destiny comes to PS4 on May 23rd and will be available for pre-order later today.
Damn.
Looking to 2026, let's check out a new trailer for Capcom's
Yeah, I want to
latest
see
entry in
this.
the series.
This shit looks so
Onimusha,
good. I want to
Way
see
of
the
Sword.
gameplay though. If they don't announce Blood, no, they're gonna announce it. They're just waiting. Yeah, they're saving it for the end. I want to see some gameplay out of this. Decent. So it looks like the monsters don't mob you down like in the old Ninja Gaiden game. Looks slow. Yeah, actually, I mean, I'll be real. I don't think this gameplay looks amazing. Like, I would say Ninja Gaiden 2 Black gameplay looked better than this. It's my opinion. But don't get it twisted. I'm gonna play this for sure. I will 100% play this. That's just my opinion. Yeah, it's not like that. That's not gonna hold me back. Okay. This must be Bloodborne. Oh, this is.
Colonel, tighten the security on this.
This is really soon.
He's coming here. I'm sure of it.
Yeah, this is Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater.
America is out to destroy the Shagohod and get its hands on your inheritance.
Uh-oh.
The philosopher's legacy. And they're out to kill me as well.
I'm really gonna try and play this, bro. I really am.
What's the story between you and the boss?
I never beat this game.
Like a mother and my master.
The Cobras will take care of him.
Do you hear me?
That's the only part about the game that I remember. Is that guy. And you could wait for him to die of old age.
A great and terrible fury at being alive.
A host of sorrows, and you are one of them.
Why'd you come back? There's nothing for you here.
I feel like after all these
Go back to your
like FBI and CIA leaks, I think they need to bring back Metal Gear Solid.
And the legacy. There is nothing
Yeah.
America can do to stop us.
Like Kojima says so much more new content.
I'm not finished yet.
Maybe they could, yeah, bring back Splinter Cell. Dude, I'm so excited. When does it come out? 28th of August? Okay, cool. I'll be there. Looks fucking badass. This is a girl game, I can tell. Wait. is a kid game. Wait, what? Huh? Ape Escape. Okay. All right. Armored Core 6.
When the fury of the bushes sparks the wildfire of violence.
Nope.
It dissolves our illusions and exposes the fragile structure of reality.
1,000 questions. Why did you come back?
I stood in the home I was born in.
Well, that looks really nice.
I felt the connection.
This looks really good. Holy shit.
Where are my men?
Damn.
They're gone.
Choose your next move wisely.
What happened here? Madness, hatred, and blood.
This is cool. You got Baron Harkonnen in there?
It's you. We must continue. We've begun to uncover.
What the fuck is it? Oh. Yeah, I'd probably play something like this. This looks pretty cool. Yeah, I don't know about gameplay on that, though. EOWiz, what's this? Oh, this is the DLC for Lies of P. Holy shit. Okay. Oh, fuck.
Can it be winter all of a sudden?
I'm sorry. You want to know the year? What a pleasure to meet a stalker worthy of the name. It's been far,
look at that.
far too long.
Oh, my forever friend. Help me to hold your hand and dance.
I feel like this is one of the first actual good Souls-like games.
Not the puppet I was expecting. Who are you?
She was looking for someone.
It's so good. Yeah, this game is good.
Legendary.
Oh.
She stepped up only because no one else could.
It feels like it's more narrative-driven.
Stalkers were lost to that evil.
That's what I'm gonna use. Oh, you got that weapon art shit going on.
Whatever it takes. Your survival is all that matters. Nothing else.
These animations look a lot better than the first, the beginning base game. It's crazy how everybody just literally steals the Devil May Cry thing, and nobody cares. It's cool every single time. Yeah, I'll play that for sure. I had some frustrations with Lies of P, but overall game was incredible. What's this? Balls the game?
Where do you think doors have eyes?
I'm sold. This is like a Grand Theft Auto mod. What the fuck? No creation without this. Damn. Because destruction is by no means an end, but a beginning of something beyond. Ooh. All human life is finite, and that is why you feel an explosion of life when something is destroyed. So it's just about you going around killing people? Dreams of another? Okay. That's cute. That could actually be interesting. Oh yeah, this game is gonna be good. This guy's wearing a fedora. Dora.
私の最新作ドリームオブサナザーはいかがだったでしょうか。不快なくして想像はないという
Yeah, it'll be good.
ドリームオブサナザーではシューティングゲームの常識を覆す体験ができます。武器で傷つけたり破壊するのではなく、
Use weapons to harm or destroy, but you transform.
想像することが
Wait, you don't kill people with the weapon?
本作
Wait,
では
what?
ポイントクラウドというテクノロジーを採用し、
What do you mean
プレイ
we
ヤー
don't
幻
kill
想的
people?
な夢の世界やダイナミックな変化を与えることができます。
What?
今年 PS5 登場予定で本日からウィッシュリストへの追加ができます。ありがとうございました。
I don't know, guys.
Hey everyone, I'm Kristen Zatani, and I'm excited to share even more PlayStation news in today's show.
Bloodborne. Every fucking game except Bloodborne.
Open world epic comes to PS5 with VRR support and PS5 Pro support.
This is another fucking remake.
It also includes added content like permadeath and speedrun modes, an enhanced photo mode,
I never played
new
this.
accessibility features, and horde assault.
I was gonna play this with
Survival
an
arcade mode
ex-girlfriend.
Increased horde sizes that will provide a fresh way to experience Days Gone.
Yeah, she wanted to
And
play
if
it
you
with me,
purchase
and
Days Gone on PlayStation 4, you
then
can
we broke
upgrade
up.
to a digital version of Days Gone Remastered and get all the content and features for $10. Days
Cool.
Gone Remastered launches on PS5 April 25th. New DLC is coming to Stellar Blade this June. The
Oh,
sci-fi
wow.
action game is partnering with Goddess of Victory Nike on a new boss battle, collectible dolls and stickers, plus a new map.
Nike and Stellar Blade. You know what? That makes a
Both the
lot of
Nike
sense.
DLC and the PC version of Stellar Blade launch this June.
That sure does.
We've got some great PlayStation Plus updates today, starting with game catalog titles arriving on February 18th.
What's it gonna be?
Star Wars Jedi Survivor, Top Spin
This game is
2K25,
okay.
and launching into game catalog Lost Records Bloom and Rage from the creators of Life is Strange.
PC version? Yeah, when does the PC version
Girls
come out?
ever see anything weird around these parts?
In this episodic adventure, players will join 4 high school girls living through the defining summer of their lives.
Oh, I know what this is.
What
This is a
begins as
game that's
tale
going to
of
close the
friendship
studio.
will eventually blend reality, dreams,
Because
and
nobody
the
actually
unknown
plays
into
games
a
like
dual
this.
timeline narrative. The first episode of Lost Records Bloom and Rage arrives February 18th, with the second episode arriving in April.
Studio Killer? Yeah.
We're also excited to confirm 2 unique indie titles that will launch into game catalog later this year.
What are they?
Explore a mysterious mansion in Blueprints, a genre-bending architectural adventure.
Okay.
Every door is a new decision as you build out a sprawling manor with 45 shifting rooms, adding layers of strategy, puzzles, and exploration. Blueprints launches day 1 into game catalog this spring. Abiotic Factor is a 6-player survival crafting game from Playstack and Deep Field Games. Stranded miles beneath the surface, you and a team of scientists must craft ingenious gear and traps to outwit your enemies and make this bizarre
I don't know if
underground
this is
complex
good or
your
not.
new home.
Graphics remind me of Time
Abiotic
Splitters.
Factor will be available in game catalog when it launches this summer. Now let's get a sneak peek at games coming to the PlayStation Plus Classics catalog.
Let's see it.
Coming soon are the first 3 Armored Core titles from the original PlayStation.
Hey.
Armored Core Project
I never
Phantasma,
played any
and
of them
Armored
except for
Core
the recent
Master
one.
of Arena. Meanwhile, Patapon 3 slides its way into the Classics catalog next week.
This is Bloodborne.
No one knows how that world came into being.
That's the voice actor for
Devoured
Carlotta
everything from the past.
in Wuthering Waves, I think.
Only I was left.
This is cool.
That was a fatal mistake.
Oh. It's a sword game? Yeah, it's a sword game. But there's a girl, so it's like, jeez. Oh God. Oh. But she's hot? No, yep. You're right. We're still okay.
But wishes come at a price. To pursue one's wishes is to court one's doom.
Very cool. Let's see some combat. This doesn't seem very good. Okay. It's kind of like Devil May Cry.
Holy Grail. Blood. This is a feast only for the king.
Okay. Yep. Yep, I'll play it. Yep.
Gwendolyn, this is your final warning.
My quarrel lies not
You got Odin too?
but I
Oh
will take
shit.
back everything that belongs to me.
I mean, visually, this is fucking badass. This is really cool.
My soul.
open for business. I buy and trade. Be careful.
Hello. Have a good luck.
see, what's this cooldown? "23 minutes. "23 minutes. Gotta wait. Lily. Like 15 more minutes.
Elden Girl? I feel like it's... I don't think this is like Elden Ring.
Dead. It exists no more.
Like Bayonetta? Yeah. It's like, I mean, I never played Bayonetta, but it's kind of reminding me kind of like of Devil May Cry.
How do you feel?
This is bullshit.
Is something bothering you?
Just some noise in my core.
Is this Concord too?
Deep down in the depths of Vulcan, you must retrieve the Architect's core.
They will send everything they have to stop us.
You know I would never want to see you hurt. But the path we walk demands the extreme.
This seems okay.
I remember you.
Run away.
Yeah, this seems alright, sure. This would be a willing to try game. Yeah, it's kind of like Doom. Yeah, in a way.
Oh, yeah. My memory's still a bit blurry.
Build a rocket boy? Wait, what?
Remember this.
Diaz! Showtime!
I have these gaps inside my head.
Sound like gives us a 10-minute window.
I have that too.
You made it.
When's Bloodborne? It's after this.
That's just leftover hardware. It's been decommissioned. What the hell is happening? All I know is that Silvercorp is a piece of my story.
I think this is gonna be a bullshit game.
I'll cover you. All this time you just want answers about the tech in your head? Are you kidding me? This thing has ruined my life.
You have no idea who you're dealing with. And what you did should left you in the desert.
I'm really not sold.
Time you got a fatal error with your tech. Yes, make it stop! Make it stop!
This is a willing to play though game. To keep in mind. Like, I would be willing to play this.
I know what I have to do. This is the only way.
This is like Cyberpunk 20, like, 47.
Hello, I'm Leslie Benzies, director of Mind's Eye, Builder Rocket Boy's new action-adventure set in the fictional city of Red Rock, where AI and human greed collide to bring Earth to the precipice of collapse.
AI and human greed
Captured
collide.
on PlayStation 5 Pro.
That's next year.
We're now proud.
freedom, yeah.
Share some gameplay footage of the explosive combat and high-octane driving that you can expect on PlayStation 5 later this year.
Hey. Here. Here.
After 4 years of our military looking like this, focusing in on this.
True of critical race theory, etc. I'll obviously have to get much smarter.
After 4 years of our military looking like this, focusing in on this.
True of critical race theory, etc. I'll obviously have to get much smarter on whatever the theory is that we train and we understand. And I want to understand white rage, and I'm white.
And tragically seen wearing this, on multiple occasions, America's military is finally back, appointing Major Pete Hegseth to be our Secretary of Defense.
We're not going to the Munich Security Conference. We're instead going to Poland to see the troops out there, and we're going to Germany to see EUCOM and AFRICOM. I would much rather talk to troops than go to cocktail parties. That's my job.
That sentiment is exactly what we need, not only in our military, but in our government as a whole, as too many of our public servants are more focused in on accelerating their own personal ascension than actually serving the job function they're in. I saw it in the private sector all the time. Corporate leadership making decisions based on Excel sheets and consultant projections, having absolutely zero understanding on what's happening at the ground level. But long-term success means nothing when they're always 12 months away from applying to another company, as they aren't there to actually succeed, they're just there to bolster their resume. And that's exactly how we get military leaders focusing in on white rage, as that may make them more able to navigate conversations at cocktail parties surrounded by ultra-left politicians, but it literally does them nothing when it comes to defeating China's increasing military ability, and probably just makes us worse off if he simply did nothing. So I guess we should be grateful we finally got Hegseth.
One of the dumbest phrases in military history is, our diversity is our strength. Our diversity is not our strength. Our unity and our shared purpose is our strength. And the Pentagon is excited to get back to that core mission. It's happening rapidly. The services are responding, and those that don't want to respond can work somewhere else. So diversity, equity, inclusion will not be a part of the Defense Department.
As he's actually out there shoulder to shoulder with our soldiers, where they're not out there wearing dog masks, they're getting prepared to fight wars. And the memes about America being back are hilarious, where if this was an ad for a weight gain pill, I'd be ordering it. I almost don't want to cut back to me after seeing all that creatine, but for that to even cross my mind reminds me of what our military should actually be. Our fighting forces should be physically intimidating, as our adversaries in China advertise their military like this, as Russia runs similar endorsements. Meanwhile, America was focused on a military with two moms.
Eventually standing at the altar to marry my other mom. And after meeting with an army recruiter, I found it. A way to prove my inner strength, and maybe shatter some stereotypes along the way.
Sometimes even running ops, betraying the military like this.
I'm a soft operator who's been serving with the Secret Tactical Division for 19 years now. For years, I've learned a lot about gear, what works, what doesn't work, what's going to straight up get you killed.
And I've actually done 2 videos a year apart on how the Psychological Operations Command conveniently looks the other way for her to advertise the Army with an e-girl. But it's pretty interesting how the military doesn't need to stoop to using pretty girls to portray serving in a positive light, when all they needed to do was focus on masculinity as opposed to diversity. Because masculinity isn't exclusive to men. I know several women in the military that have masculine traits, and they're the exact type of person that belongs in the armed forces. And just as expected, a return to traditional values has recruitment through the roof.
As of yesterday, we were close to 6,400
soldiers enlisting in the month of January. So
Hey, Nate.
Really, really good. So we're very happy with that.
So no matter where you are politically, having a strong, well-staffed military should be seen as a good thing. But in an effort to mitigate Trump's wins, the media is not only framing this as a bad thing, they're actually trying to downplay veteran status. As ESPN's Stephen A. Smith dismisses Major Pete Hegseth's military experience.
Pete Hegseth, oh my God! The nerve of him to just join into the fray and give his quote about making sure qualified people have these jobs. You're the defense secretary, whose only job prior to this was as a weekend host on Fox News.
And MSNBC's Rachel Maddow laughs off Lieutenant Colonel Tulsi Gabbard's.
All Republicans in the Senate voted tonight to advance the nomination of Tulsi Gabbard to be Director of National Intelligence. It's like saying that I could be a defensive lineman on the Philadelphia Eagles. Sure.
Hegseth and Gabbard were 3 and 2 steps away from general, but somehow that equates to nothing in the media's minds. Which really makes me wonder, do they really disrespect our country's veterans that much, or are they simply too stupid to look into their histories and only see Trump appointee, so like a bull seeing red on their head, they mindlessly charge in? But the media isn't like a bull in a china shop, they're more like a bull bought by china shop. And if you appreciate alliteration over my concise, light order commentary on how America is finally back, hopefully I've earned your subscription and we can chat again soon.
Beautiful woman.
Cute!
A disturbing video has gone viral, showing a solo female traveller being sexually harassed by a taxi driver in Egypt.
What?
Good, beautiful woman.
Fuck you!
No, don't understand. No touch.
No touch, please.
No touch, please.
No touch? Alright, he seems reasonable.
What?
Beautiful.
What the fuck is this guy?
Yeah, stop drooling and look where you're going, you creepy fucker.
Why? What happened? Why you see my leg?
Good woman.
What part of his coomer-addled brain thinks any of this is going to impress her?
Okay, go drive.
Beautiful mom.
Please drive.
Drive, yes.
Yeah, please drive.
Yes, drive. Yes, drive.
Don't think driving is his top priority in this moment, unless it's driving her to his house.
بقول لك ايه رايك نروح البيت عندي. My house.
What?
我告诉你，你觉得去我家怎么样？
No, never.
Apparently she then asks if she can bring her boyfriend to his house.
Again.
我可以带我男朋友去你家吗？
But he didn't seem too keen on that.
No, أنا هو. صديق ليه؟ يور. انت حلوة كده.
He really seems to think he can touch her so long as he says no touch.
What?
Good, beautiful woman.
Fuck you!
No, don't understand. No touch.
No touch, please.
لا, no touch, please. طب اوكي هي بدوية.
What?
بدوية هي.
Okay.
And not to victim blame, because this is all on him. But many respondents wondered why she travelled to Egypt alone dressed like that. There are countries where a girl should never go, especially alone. Stop trying to go to exotic countries to go find yourself. The people just go to Muslim countries thinking they're just like any other. Why are Western and Asian women flocking to third world countries dressed immodestly? Do you think they'll just treat you like a princess? Probably because they've swallowed the cultural relativism narrative that the entire world is just a tolerant, liberal, multicultural cultural utopia, when quite clearly it isn't. Fun fact, when I visited Egypt, our taxi driver tried to purchase me from my dad for some chickens and camels. I have an idea. Stop believing that these places are friendly and safe while simultaneously attacking those of us who tell you they aren't. Although given Uber's shocking record with sexual assaults in Western countries, you might not have to travel abroad to get the same treatment. According to reports, after the clip was posted on an Egyptian Instagram page, the driver was subsequently arrested by authorities.
Beautiful woman.
It was then revealed that he was under the influence of drugs at the time of the incident. Drugs. Yeah, I'm sure that totally explains his behaviour.
Fuck you!
The safety of women is also increasingly becoming an issue ahead of the German elections. Now, thanks to Ground News, the sponsor of today's video, which you can check out at ground.news/PJW via the link down below or scan the QR left out to be. It's genuinely been a game changer. It helps me see through the bias, cut through the noise and think for myself. You can check this out for yourself at ground.news/PJW. The link is down below. Sometimes I feel overwhelmed while scrolling through social media sites, trying to figure out what's important, what's actually new content and not old news. But Ground News helps dissipate all that clutter by giving me access to what matters in a clear format in one place, helping me stay informed of breaking news developments as they happen, and more importantly, what the media isn't covering, which could lead to blind spots. Ground News is essentially the Spotify of time to check out Vantage Point. The media individuals are now visiting their cultural enrichment on Europe. We've seen innumerable viral videos out of countries like Germany showing women complaining about how they're increasingly afraid of using public transport or going out alone.
Einfach nur, weil ich Angst habe, Bahn zu fahren, Angst habe, in die Stadt zu gehen, Angst habe, irgendwas noch in der Öffentlichkeit zu machen.
Ein Kuss bitte.
Bitte, don't touch me. No, sorry.
Nein, wir haben so viel Angst nachts. In den Öffis. Wir haben so viel Angst, draußen rumzustehen.
Sweden seems to be encountering similar issues.
Let's break that down. Algerians were 122 times more likely to commit rape than a native Swede, and Afghans 69 times more likely.
Blinded by the pervasive myth of cultural relativism, the travel media relentlessly pushes the idea that it's safe for women to travel alone in sketchy countries. And it definitely appears to be having an effect. Travel companies are reporting a huge increase in solo female travel. According to Intrepid, 46% of its customer base is solo travelers and 72% of them are female. More and more females and couples are opting to travel without their partners, often due to unshared interests in destinations or travel types. Sorry, what self-respecting man would be perfectly happy with his wife or girlfriend going travelling alone without him? And vice versa, if I buggered off on holiday on my own to find myself or some silly shit like that, my wife had divorced me, and rightly so. So why do they weirdly keep hyping solo female travel as if it's some new form of women's lib? From the same women's interest website, we learned that the #1 destination out of all places for solo female travel is, wait for it, Morocco. We know Morocco might not seem like the most obvious choice as a solo female travel destination, but there is a way to feel safe and have a transformative trip to the country, a women-only adventure. Telling women to travel alone to Morocco to find themselves. What could possibly go wrong? The promotion of solo female travel is another manifestation of the myth of cultural relativism. The mantra that diversity is our greatest strength, not only within your gentrified little multicultural bubble back at home, but the entire world over, when quite clearly liberal attitudes towards female behaviour in many parts of the world haven't changed a single bit.
Fuck you!
The world's always been a dangerous place, especially for women. Even more so for women travelling alone. But now, thanks to cultural enrichment, to experience that danger, increasingly, women don't have to travel very far. If you value what I do and you want to help support me, please visit pauljosephwatson.locals.com and either pledge a one-time donation or subscribe to join my community, get early access videos, and message me directly. An exclusive live stream.
Alright. Finally. I'll have to go soon though for like a while, like an hour or so. 1.5 hours. Does it look weird? Ah. It's not full screen right now. That's what's up. There we go, that's better. Wow, Cloak of Flames is on the auction house? That's crazy. Guess I'll do some AV until I have to go. What else do I need? I got the buffs. Skolo Man still. Yeah, that's better.
What can I do? Be good.
Cool. Yeah, I don't know. Like, when I see this trailer, this reminds me that I need to go back and play Cyberpunk.
It was an ambush. Do what you can. Do not lose her. Tires are out. Proceeding on foot.
Oh.
I'm coming to you now. The search and rescue bots. They're malfunctioning. They're attacking us.
Okay. All right. Bloodborne. Here we go.
It always comes back to this.
This isn't Bloodborne.
This world, this moment, this choice.
This is cool.
Every time the sun dies, madness reigns.
This looks really badass.
Then everything begins again. But after every death, I always come back stronger. I know that you are here.
Yep, this
and
is
I
good.
will find you.
This is really cool. Show me the gameplay. I mean, the trailer looked fucking badass. This is really cool. So, I mean, I hope it's good, yeah. 2026, okay.
Hey everyone, I'm Gregory Loudon, Creative Director at Housemarque. We are thrilled to announce that our latest game, Saros, is launching next year on PS5. And
Spiritual
enhanced for
successor
PS5
to
Pro.
Returnal? I never played
Saros
Returnal.
is the ultimate evolution of the Housemarque gameplay-first experience. It's a new single-player IP
Gameplay
that builds
first.
on Returnal's award-winning third-person action.
Okay, so
you play Arjun Devraj.
is it gonna be
performed
kind of
by
like
the brilliant Rahul
Remnant?
Kohli. Arjun is a powerful enforcer.
That's the only game
searching
I've
for
played that's like
answers
this.
on a hostile, shape-shifting planet
No.
haunted by an ominous eclipse. All of us at Housemarque can't wait to share more about Saros, with our first look at gameplay coming later this year.
Cool.
Thanks for watching.
Yeah, that game looked pretty cool. I would play that. Don't tell me that's it. Did I forget about Bloodborne? Nothing really stood out. There was nothing that was like really, really crazy good. Like, so if I go back and I look at some of these, like this game visually looks really, really cool. Like this is awesome. Tides of Annihilation. Like I really like that. I mean, this is like some Dark Souls 3 shit. Like this is cool. Like, like 100%, this is the kind of game I'd be down to play, right? This was probably the one that I probably liked the most. I think this game just seemed like a Cyberpunk at home game. I don't really have a lot of high expectations for it. This just looked cool. So, like, I hope it's good, right? That's about it. This definitely looked cool. This was, I don't know, seems kind of dumb. This is a remake, so Stellar Blade is getting more content with Nikke. I think that makes sense. The Onimusha gameplay that I saw here, I think is kind of below average for action combat games. I do. I think it's kind of below average. It's not amazing or crazy or anything like that. It's okay, but that's about it. And less cozy games than last year. Yeah, at least these are games made for people that have a testosterone level above 1. So that's good. This game I didn't really care too much about. This is some fucking Five Nights at Freddy's shit. Don't care about that. This one seemed like, is this the one I'm thinking of? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not really that excited about games like this. The Takes Two game, this one looked okay. Borderlands, the gameplay looked fine. I never really played a Borderlands game before, so I don't really know like what's good and what's bad. Let's see, what about this one? Let me think. Splitgate 2 is like okay. This one looked really cool. I really like the way this looked. Like it's basically, it's kind of funny because all of these games are basically all the same. But I get hyped up and excited for every single one of them because I just think it's cool. But yeah, they're pretty much like they announced basically the same game 4 times, which I'm not complaining about, but there it is. Oh, and then they had Digimon. I forgot about this. This looks like a shittier version of Power World. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, it doesn't really look too amazing. Like everything, like it just I don't know why, like, what the fuck, right? We're getting more Liza P. True. That's a good point. You're right about that. That's cool. And let's see, what else is there? Oh, Sonic. This was weird. So, like, bro, Sony is going all the way. They're going for the throat. They're trying to go after Mario Kart, and they're trying to go after Pokemon. This is fucked up. And then obviously, it's really cool for me to see that Monster Hunter is like already coming out with like a content release plan beyond the actual release of the game, which is super cool. I'm hoping that what happens with Monster Hunter is what happened with Monster Hunter World, because like I think this is gonna be the next really big like Capcom game, and they always do that. Yeah, but like I mean, they didn't do that with Dragon's Dogma, and so, like, I mean, I don't know, it's the same developer. I get what you're saying, but, like, you have to see where I'm coming from, too. It's like, I was hoping that they would do more stuff for that. The last 4 Digimon games have been fire? Really? Well, explain to me why I don't even know what the fuck they are. Oh, that's right, because they're probably not that great. And so, anyway, yeah, maybe if you're a big fan of Digimon. I'm not a big fan of Digimon. It is what it is. So, yeah, yeah, I don't know why else they're still supporting PlayStation. All they care about is numbers and not gamers. I think PlayStation is making a lot of really good games. Like, I don't think all of these games are good. I think some of them are stupid. But some of these other games, I mean, this seems pretty good to me. I mean, like, what the fuck? Yeah, this seems like I'm the target audience, definitely. And abso-fucking-lutely it is. Like, this one was kind of silly. The Yakuza game, I'm definitely going to play. I think I'm going to play the Yakuza game. I forgot. People said it comes out on the 20th or something like that, so I could probably go and do that instead. Some Night Rain reacts. Yeah, I'm going to look at something about that. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. But, yeah. Is it just me if there's more girl boss or main female characters? Not that I'm complaining. I don't really, like, I mean, personally, I would rather play as, like, I think if you're talking about a sword game where you're killing demons, your primary audience is people that are men. So you either have to make the character very visually appealing, like in Stellar Blade, or you should just have a male character that's like your, you know, John Souls character, right? So in my opinion, yeah, as long as they're hot. Now, personally, like, I always would rather just play as a guy character, because I imagine it's like, I look at, like, it's like a role-playing game, and I'm like, I'm in the game, right? It's like a self-insert thing. That's just how I play games, right? But obviously, if there's a game like Stellar Blade, in my opinion, I found it to be kind of odd, because I actually thought Stellar Blade was a really high-quality, great game, and it was almost like the commentary around the game was held back by just how much people were talking about the main character design. Because I actually thought the game was quite good. It was very well designed, but I don't even think that most people that talked about the game even fucking played it. Like, to be fair, I didn't even finish the game. I got like a little bit over halfway done, then I forgot why I stopped playing. But overall, I think that some of these games did look pretty good. And then, oh, there was that, what was it? That samurai game. Where the hell was it? Was it this one? Yeah, it was this one. This one looked pretty cool. Like, this is just like your traditional, good old-fashioned, you know, two-dimensional, or sorry, like, side-scroller, Super Nintendo, you know, Metroidvania, 2D. It's not a 2D, it's not a beat-em-up game. This is not a beat-em-up. It's much more like, this is going to be much more like something, I don't know, in between, like, Castlevania and Hollow Knight, maybe something like that. I mean, maybe in between Metroid and Castlevania. I don't know. Is there a word for that? But yeah, I think it'd be much more closer to that. Prince of Persia? Yeah. It'd be like Prince of Persia Lost Crown. But I'd play that, sure. It's like the original Ninja Gaiden? Yeah, maybe. As I said, Ninja Gaiden 2 Black was my introduction into the series, so I didn't really know a whole lot else about it. But otherwise, I mean, like, I would say this was a B. It was like an A to a B tier state of play. I think that they announced a lot of games that I found to be pretty interesting and pretty cool. Some of them weren't really my style, but overall, I think it was okay. Yeah, I mean, if I was going to say, like, is it on the side of A or B? Personally, I'd say probably, like, I think it's right in the middle. Honestly, for me, it's right in the middle. Because they announced, like, 4 or 5 games in this lineup that I actually would be very interested in playing. Straight up. Like, and like, if there's 5 games, like, there's no game that's like, oh my god, this is gonna change my life. But the other ones seem pretty good, right? The death of woke games makes it an A- in my opinion. I mean, there was a couple of games like, you know, there's like that, you know, Life is Strange type game. It's probably going to be woke, right, to an extent. But other than that, yeah, you're right. But like, I mean, as I said, like, I see something like this, and like, this is definitely fucking awesome, right? I mean, just keep making games like this. I'll just keep buying them and playing them forever. So yeah, Tides of Annihilation from a Chinese dev, thank Christ. Okay, so it's going to be a good game then. Yeah, I'm so glad that Wukong did well. And now that Wukong did do well, we're going to have tons of good Chinese games now. Because now that they've realized they can actually make a game and compete in the Western market, I think that's it. So, yeah, this is great. What was the last good game Sony made? Well, I mean, Sony is primarily a publisher, right? So Sony isn't really developing games. They're necessarily, like, they're just publishing them. So, like, when was the last good Sony? Yeah, Astrobot. Like, the development studio that made Astrobot, definitely, like, that was an incredible game. I don't think it should have beaten Wukong for Game of the Year. I think that's ridiculous. But, like, for all the games that I played, I would say Astrobot was the third best game that came out that year. Like, number 1 would be Wukong, number 2 would be Metaphor, and number 3 would be Astrobot. So, like, I think it's in the running for sure. I just don't think it's in first place. It's a very good game. So, yeah, I mean... Astrobot won? No, it didn't. It did not even happen. But anyway, like, yeah, this is really cool. So, yeah, I mean, overall, I'd say, you know, that's where I'm at, right? And Stellar Blade was better than Wukong. I don't think it was, personally, but I thought Stellar Blade was pretty fun, and it was a good game. Let me see if I can pull up the Stellar Blade part, because, like, obviously they're going to add in... Where the hell did it go? Does it have a timestamp for that? Where'd it go? Maybe it was afterwards? I don't know. Well, either way, yeah, I mean, when does Stellar Blade come out for PC? Because I don't remember. Yeah, is it already out? It comes out in June. Okay, yeah, I think I'm going to probably play it. Yeah, here we go. I'm probably going to play Stellar Blade when it comes out on PC. I'm going to wait until then to actually, like, play it all the way. So, but yeah, I feel like this is just like such a natural, obvious, common sense collaboration. I mean, you could easily assume it. And they're saying that they're adding in new content too. So, like, definitely it's it's the same publisher. Oh, that's right, I forgot. Yep. Very, very cool. And are you gonna play a Deathless run in the meantime before the big game releases? I don't know. The mods are gonna be huge. Yeah, definitely. Is the Bloodborne dream finally dead? No, it's not dead. I just think that right now it's on life support. It's on massive copium and huge life support. But eventually, you know, maybe we'll see what happens, right? Nikke, unironically, has a really good story. You know what really makes me mad about that is the fact that I've never heard somebody say the opposite. I've only heard people say that Nikke is a really good story game, and it bothers me a lot, but I've never played it before. And, yeah, it's pretty dark. Well, that's good. It's the same publisher? Maybe. Are you gonna try Monster Hunter World in the meantime? Yeah, I'll probably play more of it later on. Like, not today, but, like, at some point, yeah. But, yeah, this is a pretty good state of play, I would say. Overall, decent. Not so bad. What did you guys think? Eliza P. DLC?
Okay, I gotta go soon.
Great to meet you. Safe
You got my attention.
I need the city to protect me because the federal government won't. And if you think you're afraid of Trump, you should see how afraid of Trump I am.
Can you wrap up, please?
Yeah.
Jesus. Can you just wrap it up? Yeah.
I can. If you say that you're afraid of Trump and that's why you don't want the city to be a safe space for trans people, you better prepare for trans people to make this a very unsafe space.
I'm shaking.
I'm not really sure if that's a good argument, that if you don't give us what we want, we're going to incite terrorism. I feel like that's a really bad argument, and I don't think that a lot of people support that. And whenever I say a lot of people, I feel like anybody who thinks like that, can we have like an equivalent exchange? Like, let's take an illegal alien that's lived here for 15 years, and he gets your citizenship, and you have to leave. Like, if that's the way that you think, yeah, bro, we can keep him, he's fine, you're getting kicked out.
Right now. I don't want to be here.
I don't want to be here.
I'm sorry, am I taking too long pleading for my life?
You remembered how many children I have and that 2 of them are trans.
I speak as both the B and the T in the LGBT.
I'm multiply disabled. I have Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which is a connective tissue disorder that causes me immense physical pain. I'm on the autism spectrum. And I have narcolepsy, and I couldn't drive myself here, so I had to hide from my driver that I was in drag, which is not an easy thing to do in drag.
I do not want.
What? What? What is this? What game is this? It's Concord.
To be here. It's my day off. I do not want to be in your DMs. I do not want to be in your email inboxes. I do not want my creativity writing diss tracks like Kendrick. I don't want to spend an hour applying glitter on my face so that you will hear and see me.
Wow.
Man. That's me? Yeah. I think that's a lot of people. You've got a lot of snowflakes melting here. It's pretty... Like, I don't see how anybody can listen to these people talk and not come to the conclusion that these people have a profound mental illness and there's something seriously wrong with them. Just like the way they talk, the way they act, their body language, everything about it. It's just completely fucking unhinged.
I want you to listen to me.
Let us remember that the Nazis burned the books that the Nazis burned books on gender sciences.
They did do that.
First. Now the administration has villainized and marginalized migrant workers, trans...
It's a bit of a miss. Like, my understanding is that they burned them not because it was gender stuff, but because it was written in Jewish and not German. And it was like a retaking of Germany for Germans. That was like the uprising of the Nazis. So it was like, yeah, they were. I think it probably might be both in some circumstances, but like it was categorical for it not being written in German. They also burned porn. Yeah, they burned a lot of stuff. It was both, yeah. And no, a lot. And I wish people like this. It's disappointing that you can't have genuine conversations because people try to just like kind of, you know, like handpick facts and like not talk about things in an honest way. But it's like part of that's true, but it's like not completely true.
LGBT people and even special needs, denying life-saving and affirming care.
Can you look at me and tell me how many of my friends need to die before you do anything?
Please wrap up.
Look at me!
Okay, we're all done here.
Well done.
Fucking pathetic!
We're all done. Come on.
Of course, we need to...
Guys, these are the people that are on social media who are telling you how to act. Yep. There are NPCs in Oblivion that are like hostile bandits that are less hostile than that. Even them, you can open up dialogue options. Yeah, no, that's a good point. I wonder which Reddit sub wasn't being moderated for the hour that this was going on for.
continue celebrating Black History Month because in spite of what's coming down from Washington, we all know that we all exist and we all need to be recognized for our existence.
But be aware that you are a guest in my house when you...
The grapes?
Come. And when you come, know that there are strong queer and trans people in my classroom who will collect you with the quickness.
Collect you with the quickness? The fuck does that mean? What does that even mean? They speak in tongues? No, because if they were, it would have made more sense.
No
my
way
name
he's
in
got
drag
black
is
light.
Dee Dee Delight. And my name out of drag
Yeah,
is
black
Dewey
light.
Cosgrove-Atienza.
Laddie LaRouge, he, they, in drag, District 3.
My legal name is Olivia D'Ambrosio. My public name is Livy Scanlon. My wife and I own a home in the Canal District.
Okay.
I speak as someone who is always misgendered, like all the time. People refer to me as sir when I prefer to be referred to as ma'am. I speak as someone who is afraid to use public toilets. I speak as someone...
This is what I was saying before. It's that being afraid to use public toilets, like, because I feel like you're talking about, if you're talking about it from like the context of being trans, like it makes sense. But I think that with a lot of these people, this is something that I used to really, really, really like about Facebook, is that in Facebook, you could actually look at a person's life and you could 9 times out of 10 figure out exactly why they're saying what they're saying.
Who is a member of this community and is a queer person.
You have to imagine being me and my wife, fearing that our
What do you do with people like this? I think that the best thing for you to do is to... So, I think in a lot of cases, compliance isn't compassion. And sometimes you have to hold people accountable to a higher standard of behavior and, like, kind of decorum. And I think that when you do that and you create a culture that expects people to adhere to a higher degree of behavior, what you do is you create an expectation that is pervasive, and a lot of people that are like this stop acting like this because it's not socially acceptable. And
Ja.
Ja, we zouden verder gaan met de biografie vandaag, hè?
Ja.
En we waren zo ongeveer gebleven bij de scheiding van je ouders en dat jullie gingen verhuizen en dat je naar de middelbare school ging.
Oké.
Klopt dat ook naar jouw idee?
Ik weet niet meer, ik kan me niet echt meer herinneren of zo wat het... nou, tenminste wat de context er zo er was van. Like, ja, ik weet niet meer.
Nee, nou, we hebben het een beetje gehad over hoe was het nou in de thuissituatie en hoe was het een beetje in de schoolsituatie. En als ik het samenvat...
King's honor, friend. Light bless you.
Actually, I'll beard back a little bit longer. So, beard back. Alright, I think I'm actually gonna take a nap, so